Sangre Protocol, and Kate's on. I'm hobbyist game developer / VTuber. Currently nobody actually on the, either of the streams at the moment, so I'll probably just be jumping in and, starting to work on things, and then as people file in, I'll kind of go over things. But anyways, actually, one thing I do want to go over, even though I know nobody's here at the moment, but I'll probably go over it just in case, or possibly Twitch is bugging, but, you know, whatever. So this guy actually has its own AI now. Very, very rudimentary. I haven't actually put in pathfinding yet, even though we had spent, like, most of the last time I was streaming, trying to figure out why the pathfinding, system was being fucky-wucky, and it was entirely because I couldn't find the button to enable the navigation overlay. But, you know, I still need to get this guy at least shooting projectiles so that I could potentially dodge those projectiles. And so that has been done now, and I have also enabled a little debug thing where I can actually see what their behavior tree is doing, finally. Yeah, so your Procol Phantom, how are you doing? I'm getting cheesed already. Hang on. And of course, you might have just noticed I do not actually take damage yet. Yeah, I'm getting projectile incoming for sure. Oh, enemy hasn't even checked in yet. Damn.
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Tactical repositioning requested.
No, I have to. Oh, crap. I'm knocking things over on my table. I'm knocking things over on my table. Oh, shit. I'm low on water. I'm gonna have to, let's go flip back onto standby because I need to refill my water. I did not realize I was this low. I thought I topped off when I did coffee, but apparently I must have already gone through the water bottle. So I will be right back for like 60 seconds. Probably not even enough for a full. I could run like a half ad break, I think. I'm gonna run a half ad break just to kill pre-rolls for people coming in. So I'm going to be right back to refill my water bottle. I don't actually need to go to the bathroom because I went to the bathroom pretty recently. Alright, Unskin though. Okay, and I'm just gonna push into it. Even though there's still like 30 seconds of the ad break left, I am gonna get things opened. So I can get started with working on things. Now, actually, part of what I do still need to do is... So, the player does have its own entity health. It has an entity health here. However, there is no part of this that actually does collision with projectiles at the moment. So I need to get that set up, which should be pretty easy. And for now, it's mostly just going to be adding an additional capsule underneath all of this. For now, I'm actually just going to do 3D object capsule, but then I'm going to change the size and positioning on it. I call this damageable hitbox. Get rid of the mesh renderer. Leave it with just the capsule collider, which I'm going to make the radius 0.3, make it slightly smaller than the player. Actually, I'll make it like 0.4-ish. Height 1.5. As such, we want the height to be 0.75. This corresponds with the player's actual position. It won't be matching the visuals of the player right now, and that's partially because the player is actually supposed to be much shorter than this. This capsule itself is 2 meters tall. The player will not be 2 meters tall. Most of the characters are going to be like 1.5, I think. As it stands, Keaton's canonical height is 5'7". More specifically, how many is that in centimeters again? I should probably be doing that conversion more often. Oh, I'm also missing... There. Let's still set the top chat. Let's set the live chat. There we go. Still have a bunch of dropped frames on LBS on network. Which might have just been the same drop frames. I had a small lag spike at the beginning of the stream, but I haven't seen anything else on the traffic log that looks weird. Okay. What's the need to get open? Oh yeah, I just wanted to look up the conversion. 67 inches to cm, 170 centimeters. Which I believe that actually makes it 1.7 meters. Does it? 170 centimeters. Because 5 times 12 is 60. So 5'7" means 67 inches. That's 170 centimeters? Huh. That actually make... oh, I spelled this wrong. Oops. Damageable hitbox. Probably do want this to be... I hit numpad instead. 1.7. Therefore, making this 0.85, I believe. We'll put it in the center. Yeah, just about. So this will be on layer... Damageable hitbox. I believe there should be a component for it. Entity hitbox, yes. We'll feed in prototype player bean for that. The collider is this. There will not be a rigid body. Death behavior, disable collider for now. All players should not have ragdoll. Even though I do think that in Ami's death system, I think Ami's will actually ragdoll. However, because I want the death system to work in a certain way, I'm going to make sure that brain fart. I'm going to make sure that at first it simply because the way that death is supposed to work in this game is that when you die, there's first like a freeze frame for a solid like 0.5, 0.75 seconds, and then continues on with whatever unique animation the character is going to have, such as, Katon's, she does the Mega Man explosion, where it has a bunch of particles out in 4 directions, and then does the mission failed thing, similar to Mega Man Zero. And then Olivia's is going to be the Dark Souls death animation, where she'll kind of just like slowly collapse in a special animation, and then also like dissolve into dust.Ami's, I think he is going to ragdoll, but he's only going to ragdoll after that freeze frame, because that freeze frame is going to be a universal trait that every death state should have. Because I need to show the player how they died. I might even try and do something where, like, the projectile or whatever that killed the player should be highlighted somehow. Or the enemy melee attack should be highlighted somehow. I feel like anybody who's seen, like, what's that guy's name? Mashed Potato Samurai, Masahiro Sakurai. He's done his, that was a butchering of his fucking last name. Wow. Damn, I killed that shit. Sakurai. I like said it like Sakalai. That was weird. That was one of the things that he was talking about, where, like, you want to really give the player feedback as to how they died, and like a lot of the games that he highlighted for that, he showed off that it would have like a little freeze frame whenever you died. That's definitely something I want to do here. It makes a lot of sense. And also, like, it fits really well specifically with Katon's death animation, but it'll work decently well enough for the other two. Possibly also having like a reel back animation that they play in unscaled time during that system. There are quite a few things in that I need to get set up. For example, I'm probably going to do it the easy way, where it's probably going to be using Unity's built-in time scaling functions. However, I'm also probably going to do pausing the standard Unity way, which is to set time scale to 0. Now, 2 different functionalities that are modifying time scale does mean that I need to be careful about what is setting time scale at any time. So I'll probably want to make sure that there is a framework. Also, I think there is a spider that's been trying to establish spider webs on my microphone. They need to not do that. I'll need to establish a framework on a central manager object that will handle things that are manipulating time. Basically, only one system should be allowed to manipulate time at any one time, and I still want the player to be able to pause the game, so that needs to be kind of worked into the same system. But it's not super important right now. What's super important right now is just getting everything with the player taking damage functional. And I'm still trying to figure out whether or not I need the player to have their own damage numbers. Also, I think something I might end up having to do is I need like a highlight on the player. Something similar to, I've seen like Diablo likes do this, where there's a little ring, like a player-colored ring, under the player. Granted, as I've said before, I'm like kind of hesitant on whether or not this game is actually going to spring for co-op at the very beginning, but I am still putting things in with the possibility of co-op being there. As such, even if the game is starting out in a single-player context, I think it would still make a lot of sense for me to throw in, is that to show the damage like that? There we go. That was what we had to figure out the last stream. was I need to have this enabled, and then I need to be able to click on these. That's how I was supposed to be able to see navigation service before. But in general, it would help clarity a lot if the player had a player ring. In fact, you know what else I should probably be putting on that? What would be really great is giving the player ring a health bar. That would make a lot of sense. I would also like for that player ring to actually show up above other objects, but not necessarily the player. I want to show up like, I'd have to figure out how to do those kinds of stencil render passes. But for now, I'll probably just do it as just flatly portrays on the ground. I'll probably just do a world space canvas. It's probably the easiest way of me setting this up. I could have some bars on there, such as health bar, maybe dodge bar, and maybe an ability bar as well for tactical kit. All that should probably also be on the HUD as well. So you also need to be setting those up. Especially if we want to test whether or not us setting up these damageable hitboxes is going to work or not. We'll probably want to make sure that we can actually see the player's health. There's a Yami. Yeah. Thank you, Pet Pats. How's Hamna doing? Make sure Hamna gets a smooch and a cheek squish from me, please, and thank you. Okay. So, the way that I've definitely established that each of these main HUD managers are going to be assigned to one player. Which, by the way, I never filled this out. It's been working just fine without it, but make sure that's filled out. I do gotta figure out if I am going to have... Do I have damage numbers on the player? Oh, thank you for calling me. Thank you very much for the sub.
The
51 months. Wow. 51 of them. Anyways, why am I glooping? Why am I glooping, Yami? Do gotta update that. I need to put more vertical slice content on there. But also, as it stands, again, there isn't a whole lot of vertical slice stuff that can be done with this game just yet. There is not enough of it to actually kind of portray the primary gameplay loop as much as I want it to, so it'll probably be a while before I can actually do some Ko-Fi releases of this. As it seems, I think I want to at least get the, I want to implement the grunt character model at some point, so I can just use that as a placeholder for most of the enemy models. It's a good chance that, like, for much of the in-dev of this game, I'm gonna be doing, like, a handful of models for more of the simple, weapons and items, and then reusing those models for the more complex weapons and items. Something along those lines. Anyways. So... what I'm gonna need to do is... I don't want to do events. I want to do events, I think. The way I should be doing this is through events. And I want to go to Entity Health. So Entity Health already has an event action on Entity Death, as well as an event handler and damage instance on taking damage. I want to have another one that is going to be an event handler that handles whenever the status of health has changed. Probably want to call this any time in which the health is updated, but not from damage. So I'm gonna do. So I kind of want to keep the as many of the HD components decoupled from gameplay components as possible. At least as much of the logic decoupled from gameplay as possible. Which will kind of require me to make sure that it is getting enough updates. And that's always kind of the challenge, is if it's completely decoupled, then it's entirely possible for it to get desynced just from something going haywire, or it not receiving a signal when it should be. Or not updating when it should be. I think what I'm going to do is... I think we're going to end up doing like 3 floats. First float... In fact, I think I might make it a custom event. I'm going to make this a custom event just because it's going to have quite a few floats to it, or quite a few variables to it. So I'm going to need a delegate void, health update. Float is going, the first one is going to be max health, I think. Actually, we're going to do current health. Float max health. Float delta health. I'm actually going to move that up top here. And then make public event health update on health update. This is a custom event handler now, and we're doing this because we could theoretically use an event handler, and we can specify up to like 16 arguments in an event handler of any type. However, because we're specifying like 3 floats, I need it to be crystal fucking clear what order those floats come in. And the order is going to be current health, max health, and delta health. And by defining a custom delegate for this, anytime in which we want to subscribe to this, it'll specifically give us these. So now I'm going to go HUD manager for now. And actually, I probably want. Also, another thing I probably want to do is might handle event handler on take damage and health update at the same time, I think. Or the on take damage and on health update. So, for example, just in terms of how the health bar is handled, or, you know, changing the health bar, giving it that, oh, you know what? I need to figure out how, blue health is going to be a thing. Amy and possibly someone else. I might even make it a thing that Olivia has. Or I might also make it as part of some contraptions, some relics. There is going to be blue health, which can be recovered by killing enemies. For example, Amy's tactical stim will have it. It'll be part of tactical stim, where damage taken 3 seconds before applying tactical stim will then be changed to blue health. And then you can recover that by getting kills. And also any damage you take whilst under the tactical stim will also be blue health. Now what I could do is I could make that a function of base player abilities instead. I'll probably end up making the HUD manager subscribe to base player abilities blue health update. Something like that. Is probably what we end up doing. So in that case, yeah, so we'll leave Intensity Health as doing that. That way, so whenever we do the enemy overlays, should use health update on health update instead of what we were doing before. If I actually go look at HUD enemy overlay. Yes, we were manually checking the health bar. Every frame, which we could change that. So let's go into Entity Health, and whenever we take damage, we're gonna go ahead and throw in here on health update, question mark in case nothing has subscribed to it, invoke. We take current health, max health, and then we take minus damage. Oh, minus damage dot amount. That's gonna be how we handle it for now. We can also run on health update here. Also want to make sure that if on entity death doesn't have any listeners, we also don't want to do that. 0, max health, max health. Actually, probably don't want to handle that. In fact, hang on. So I'm going to do, real quick, a little comment here to do. We should probably call on health update. However, this may override the health delta of on take damage. Actually, health delta specified by take damage. Actually, hang on. We should probably make sure. First of all, float health before equals current health. And then here we actually do mathf.max. Or sorry, min. Damage.amount. Second number being health before. So if this is currently killing the enemy, we don't want the health delta to be larger than the health that they actually had, because we're going to rely on that to actually set, like, parts of health bar. Consider death types. And consider death type enum. And only call on health update if... Actually, you know what we probably could do? Instead, if current health is greater than 0, we'll do on health update. Dot invoke. Set it to 0. Max health. Current health. Oh, sorry, minus current health. And then... Hang on. Brain's starting to update. Yeah, then I set current health to 0. Also, I'm gonna change this. So... let's set up some stuff. I'm gonna make current health a property, actually, with a private variable. So probably end up having to do that. Basically right down here. In fact, I'll probably end up doing... I'll probably convert these to serialized field privates, have public accessors that are read-only, and then a method to change them. It's probably going to be what I end up doing. So I'm going to rename this to lowercase c current health, apply, and then we change it to serialized field private. Then we have a public accessor, public float current health equals current health. Why? Oh wait, I have to make an accessor. There we go. And then same with you. In fact, I shouldn't be renaming these. I should be just doing this and then creating public float max health as the accessor. That way all the previous references to it will be updated, because otherwise we're going to go into Unity and there's going to be errors because those have been made to read-only. So you need to change those. Oh, in fact, those need to be fixed. That's fine. Let's set those methods up then. New current health, float new max health, -1 by default. If it is -1, we will not change new max health. New current health is greater than or equal to 0. Set current health to new current health. If new max health is greater than or equal to 0, do the same thing for max health. And then we run... Hang on, let's actually, first of all, float old health equals current health. Like that. Then we do on health update question mark dot invoke current health, max health, delta health being I believe current health minus old health should work. Yes. By the way, because of the order of operations that we are seeing here, we'll likely need to make sure that when the HUD displays blue health, we need that blue health to ignore whatever the hell the health update currently believes the delta is. Or we need to show it above delta, basically. I think it makes sense for us to show it above delta. It's probably going to be how we do it. We'll layer it. So health delta is going to be the first layer, then blue health will be the next layer, and then actual health bar will be next layer. We can configure the rest of the way that works. We're probably going to actually make a component that will handle the health bar. You know, I was considering just handling it through the HUD manager, but then I was just like, I kind of do want it to have its own functionality for animating those health deltas, so it'll probably end up having to be like that. Let's go into base player abilities, and I think we are just going to have to make a an event handler or float should be enough, I think. So let's set those up. Public event handler. This is using system. And it's going to be float. And it's going to be blue health update. I'll probably go ahead and make that a variable as part of base player abilities. We may even need to set something up where characters can have temporary health, potentially. We may need to do that at some point, but for now, should be fine. If anything, we might end up setting that up as a separate event within Entity Health that handles temporary health. For now, I do want to do public float blue health get we'll make it set for now, or make it public set for now. Although I should probably actually make it a private set. Which I'll make a method for it real quick. I'll also go ahead and do documentation for it. It's not like I've written much down in other docs for it, so I'll make sure that the purpose of this is set up. Such as Tiramisus tactical stim. this can be handled on a character-to-character basis. Actually, and/or an item-to-item basis. But is generally handled as temporary health that can be covered by defeating enemies. So that is now documented for now. That should be enough for now. Although I will need a set method for it. I'll probably actually go ahead and do that. Public void set blue health. Float value. Blue health equals. You actually have it as a protected virtual void in case we want to hook into that with a different ability. And then blue health update, question mark dot invoke, blue health. Oh, that's right. We need this as the sender. This segment is called Never Clears Health Changes. I think we also want like a see also blue health. Oh. Probably add that to set blue health here. Value. Probably figure out some other term for it that's nicer on you know, the displays. 'Cause that definitely probably doesn't make any sense. By the way, core ability active and tactical ability active, these variables are probably obsolete because of the new state system. Probably obsolete because of the new state system. So I will get rid of those for now. They had 0 references, so I could get away with that, honestly. I will also go ahead and make core charge a private set that way, when we set it, we will want to call an update on the HUD manager, which does mean that, wow, the HUD manager is going to have a lot of entity health subscriptions. But I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will be fine. But as such, we can actually go into, for example, HUD enemy overlay, because it is actually doing this. It's inaccessible due to its protection level. So what we'll need to do is... we're going to probably move these is alive variables out into their own object-oriented members. And private float current health. I don't want to find. I want to do Control D. Max health. I don't think we want to do health delta on here. I want to keep the enemy overlays health bars simple. As it stands, they'll have damage numbers flying off of them, so it'll be fine. I don't know. I might reconsider. I might reconsider at some other point, but for now, I can leave it as this. You will probably end up changing all of these to things that are done dynamically. So we'll leave these older versions of these in and set up the rest of these ourselves here. So when we do set targetable, so we find our entity health right here. We actually have an entity health on take damage, which is done to create the damage numbers that fly off. It's already done there. However, we want to have another method. Entity health dot on health update plus equals. We're going to do tab to auto create one. Apply. We'll also go ahead and do on entity death plus equals. Is that we are going to need a method that updates when the entity is no longer dead. I feel like I should have an interface for this, honestly. Because this is a lot of methods. This is a lot of methods. But it is... I do kind of want to keep it modular, honestly. I feel like there's... I don't know if interfaces would be better for this than a a large number of events. I'm probably going to need a new event action on entity revive. So we'll need that. Revive, which we don't actually have a method that sets a revive. But what we can probably do, there is probably a thing changing is alive. We're going to set this to private. And then have a public void revive. Is alive true. Probably actually might move is alive false before we invoke the unentity death. And then similarly here, we also want to do that, where we go... There might be a reason, though. I might need to check if I have anything that references that. That should not do something with after is alive set false. But in theory, on entity revive dot invoke. Let's go ahead and make sure current health is less or equal to 0. Then we want to update it to at least 1. In which case, we probably want to make sure to call whatever health update or change we want to make to this before we revive. In fact, float new health -1 by default. From there, what I'm actually probably going to do is if current health is less than or equal to 0 and new health is less than 0, as in it is left to be default. In that case, we want to do current health will be set to exactly 1. In fact, what we'll probably actually want to do to make this a little bit smarter is if new health is less than 0, current health is set to probably simplify this. We'll do mathf dot max 1 and current health. That way, if current health is 0 or less, it'll be updated to 1. Now we can get rid of this, and then we can actually run else current health equals new health. Like that. Then we can run on health update question mark dot invoke current health max health delta health being current health. Going from 0 to the current health is going to be how revive is set. Alright, let's go fix all the other errors we currently have. So here, what we're probably gonna do is entity health dot set health and run health on both, setting both base health and max health. Save. No errors on the scroll bar. And next one, target dummy behavior. So what we'll probably want to do here is, instead of setting entity health is alive to true, instead we will run revive. New health will be entity health dot max health. Just like that. That should be good. And what is this? This is the HUD enemy overlay. And this is where we need to go down to our methods here. And we will need over here on entity revive plus equals tab. Apply. I will, of course, also need... Where are you at? On destroy. We need to unsubscribe from everything. In fact, I'm probably gonna actually make... Hang on. Private... Or actually make a public void unhook entity events. This way I can also do it if we like change which entity this is set to, because at some point I'm probably gonna end up setting this up as a pooling system, potentially. Or instance pooling, where instead of instantiating this every time we have new enemies, we want to keep a bunch of these around so we're not having to instantiate and uninstantiate it and delete it a bunch. As it stands right now, it's handled just as the standard instantiation thing, but once we start looking into optimization, it is a thing that we can very easily do. And actually, the way we're going to do this is I'm just going to take this right here and paste it, and we'll change all of these pluses to minuses. Easy peasy. Also do public void hook entity events, which I'm actually going to do entity health, this dot entity health equals entity health. And actually, what we'll probably want to do is we'll also run unhook entity events right before running this. And we'll probably want to make sure that's documented. And this is an enemy overlay, so we can't actually say hooks into the enemy's entity events as necessary. Also calls C unhook if previously hooked. So then we can call that as part of on destroy instead. Unhook entity events. Cool. And I can move all of these into that. Do hook entity events, entity health. Why is there an error? Oh, we'll still fix that. We're working on fixing that. And he's gonna put what we just put into here. You also want to go ahead and throw in a guard clause here. If entity health is not valid, then short circuit. Yes, I will do this single line if it is a short circuit or guard clause. Fuck you, that's why. Okay, so that'll work. Now I just need to actually get those implemented. So, for now, what we're going to do is looks like primarily what we do is enabling the health bar fill image, depending on the live status. I'll probably want to do more stuff for that. I might even just like make a method for this, honestly. I could have it so that the enemy overlay will actually just remember these variables and then update them accordingly. In fact, I will actually go ahead and, just in case I decide that I want to use it in the future, float health delta equals 0. Probably actually keep it as an every frame thing, because if we do an animation, we'll probably want to update that every frame. That we'll get rid of this, and then what we need to do is make sure that we get rid of this line so that is alive is instead read from the current variable. Should get rid of these things. Current health over max health. Do is when we do the on health update, this is where we need to do it, where we go this dot current health is current health. The reason that we have to put this at the beginning here is because we have a parameter named current health, but we also have an entity member, or sorry, an object member called current health. So we need to specify that we're setting this object member to the value of this method parameter. That's why we need to do that. Pretty much the same thing here. Oh, I actually named that one differently, so I don't need it there. To do, I mean, actually, I probably end up handling it in a very linear way. Whenever there is delta health, we will just, like, subtract from it at a fixed rate every drain. It's probably going to be how we end up doing it. In fact, we'll probably do the same thing with player health, potentially. At least at first. Which is going to be the... Depending on if it is a plus or a minus operation on delta health, it will simply just reduce the delta health variable at a fixed rate. So, like, if we take a damage, it'll immediately set the main health fill to the current health, and then there will be the delta health fill in the background that will then reduce down to that amount over a fixed rate. It's probably going to be how we set it up. Although I might still make it, I might give it like a delay, right? So I might still have like a delay, but I might not do the delay on enemies. But I will have that delay on players. In fact, I might even change how it's set up such that if health delta is still moving, well, I'll figure it out later. On entity death, when it just set is alive to false. But I may also just do this stuff automatically on that. Although I think I do still want to make it a like update thing. Nah. So are we setting things like the name and whatnot? We set that during set targetable. So that's fine. So if I am gonna want to do damage numbers on the player, part of that is handled through a HUD enemy overlay, and I might need to actually attach a HUD enemy overlay to the player, but I will just not make it targetable. In fact, I might actually just straight up make the overlay system, the target overlay system, be completely agnostic to whether or not it is an enemy. That way I can have things like I can highlight objects with a different color while still allowing the player to like look at it, not necessarily target it, or have it, you know, be a lower priority where they can still target it, but it will prioritize targeting enemies over it. That might be something I do. Maybe even make it so that you can't ADS it, is likely what I end up doing. I don't think you need to be able to ADS specifically. Like, I could have it, like, breakable objects can still be ADS'd, so I'll probably make something where targetable holes should have a variable of whether or not you can ADS target it. Probably make that a property of the targetable holes themselves. So, that works out. for now, we will go ahead and throw this into both of these. And then remove it from here. And then when we set the targetable, we will simply just do this. You can also pull is alive from the entity when we set it as well. In fact, probably we'll actually just make a method called set is alive. And then we just do the health bar fill image.enabled based on that value. We can just set that here. Set is alive on death, false. Set is alive on revive, true. Easy peasy. That compiles, I think. I think Unity is busy compiling. So we have fixed all of the errors from that. Let me make sure that I don't have any lingering unimplemented exceptions, which I do believe we have set it up properly. But yeah, so for now we'll do the health bar fill image.enabled specifically whenever these are called. And then I also want to set up here hook entity events set is alive based on entity health. This is still technically coupling it now, but oh well. It's kind of already kind of coupled, but this is at least slightly smarter because we're only we're not checking the entity health. In fact, we can actually get rid of this if entity health check entirely from the update loop. Like that. And then we'll also just throw in a to do health delta animation is what I want that to say. Cool. Awesome. So that should all handle just fine. So they get flopped down, and then they become targeted again, and their health goes up. Awesome, cool, great. Now I can start setting up the player health bar stuff. If it works with the target dummy, there's a good chance it'll work with the assault front that we have over there. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Create I can go ahead and just start with HUD player. Let's go with health bar. Because it will definitely have... It will need to implement behavior to handle the generic entity stuff, but will also need to handle the player's blue health systems when those get implemented. Do I have a separate namespace for UI? I should probably have a separate namespace for UI, maybe, but eh. I will need this to be UI. Need to use that. To start out, we do want to have some private floats to handle current health. And max health. We'll also have health delta. And then also blue health is 0. And it's going to be pretty simple how we set this up. Firstly, serialized field. Private slider. We're going to set up some slider references. The first one is going to be I think it's going to be pretty simple. I was wondering if we could actually have a part of this that changes size depending on the player's max health. Have it increase in size as the player's max health goes up. But that doesn't require a slider. That just requires rect transform and setting the size delta of the rect transform. So we'll probably handle it that way. For now, we are going to do a very simple main health slider. We will then do a delta health slider. And finally, a blue health slider. We will also want private entity health, entity health reference. This way we can hook and unhook. Similarly, we will want something similar to what we have with the HUD enemy overlay. In fact, we will probably just copy and paste that thing. I don't think, what version of C# is Unity in again? Whichever version it is, I doubt we have interface defaults yet. Off the top of my head. I don't think we have that right now. If we did, we could have its own kind of implementation for that, and then that would cut down on how much we need to copy-paste. But again, considering the fact that I do want it to be, like, modular, we don't really need to react to that stuff all that often. But we might still need to, actually. In fact, we are going to need private base player abilities. Because we need to hook into the blue health update component. So actually, we'll probably have something where like the abilities will also have its own hooks for ability cooldowns, is likely what we'll have to set up. And that'll also help out, because then we can have it say, you know, whenever our tactical kit or ultimate is charged, we should have a notification sound and / or some animations on the UI to alert you that you have it ready. By the way, I've been calling it core ability for ultimate, but I kind of actually want to change it to super, because that would track for it being, you know, the narrative sequel to Toaster Crash, and I'm kind of making a lot of things kind of references to Toaster Crash. And in Toaster Crash, we had super boosts. So super abilities would also make sense. You want to do your super. Raw super. Round start, raw super. So we could visually call it super ability. We could probably leave it as core ability in code. But we might end up decorating it as super ability in-game, potentially. I called it core ability at first because it's a Titanfall reference, because everything's a Titanfall reference around here. But I think calling it a super would make more sense as this being a sequel to Toaster Crash. Because we had super boosts there. As it stands, Special Powder Shells and Kraber Kick were both considered quote-unquote items in Toaster Crash. We can't call them items here, even though they exist here, because Special Powder Shells is going to be the first tactical kit unlocked for Katon, and then Kraber Kick is going to be her super. That's kind of part of it. And you'll notice, one of the cool things is that Graze Dodge was a feature in Toaster Crash. Specifically, it was with the SB Shells, though. Where if you did the SB Shells really close to Amy, it would give you some charge for Kraber Kick. In this game, it gives you charge for your super. And Katon Super is Kraber Kick. It fits. It fucking works. Which, by the way, I am going to need to keep that in check. I was realizing earlier, bit of a shower thought, what's stopping the player from just sitting there and farming supercharge off of enemy attacks in a non-boss encounter? Because, like, boss encounters and elite boss encounters, I'm going to make them kind of time-checked. But in non-boss encounters, it probably, I can't really do a time check in those kinds of encounters, which means players could theoretically just farm supercharge off of that. Oh, you know what? Part of the reason why I can't call it super is that I like core charge. The core charge orbs is the name of the pickup that charges your super. I could still call it core charge, and you spend core charge to do your super. I might still do that. Or even call it like super core, maybe, is what I might do. I don't know. We'll look into it. But as I was saying earlier, I'm gonna need to set something up to where the amount of super you should be able to get from a... Well, thank you very much for the sub, Olivia. Foxy. Use BP. We could do a work along collab if you wanted to, by the way. Sit in call with us. 40 months, congratulations though. Good number. 40. There's a 4 in there. Nice. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to have like a cap on how much super you can charge off of each enemy, especially minions and lieutenants. I think what I might do is that minions and lieutenants, like the first graze dodge you get off of those guys will be the full amount. I might make it so that the second graze dodge you get like half the amount, and then any graze dodge after that is 0. You do not get core charge off of those. Not feeling it right now, but thank you. Honestly, it could be funny to call it supercharge orbs. Because that, you know, is supercharge. Even though it's not like, you know, supercharging anything, it is just charging your super ability. Gonna need to run out to get some more water soon. I am blown through this water, surprisingly. Try to finish off this coffee. Good coffee. I did good with today's coffee, I think. Also, I'm missing the YouTube chat. No, nothing there. Okay. I had to check. I've actually turned sub-only mode off on YouTube chat recently. I am keeping an eye out. Then again, what does YouTube say for viewership currently? There is one view, but I don't actually see it on the graph. Interesting. Last time that I did... Oh, that was not supposed to show my desktop. Whoopsie. Oh well. Hopefully I don't have anything weird on there. The last time that I did a Gamedev stream, for some reason, the stream actually got like a lot of CCV. It got more CCV on the YouTube stream than on Twitch, which is weird. Yeah, I did say, oops, I showed off the desktop. Hopefully I don't have anything weird there. Yeah, it's just some art from... Fuck, I can't remember the artist's name. But she did several really cool webcomics that I was excited to read. Always Human. I got a physical copy of Always Human. It's a really good, really cute, really gay webcomic that I really liked a lot. It's really good. I have the physical version of the first like half. I never got around to getting a copy of the second half, unfortunately. But very good comic. I love it. It's very gay, very cute. Where the fuck was I? Right. I was just talking about core charge stuff. That's gonna need to be handled that way. So I need to figure out how I'm gonna do that. I'll have to figure it out. It'll probably be part of enemy status, and then I need to make I need to figure out some way of checking that. As it stands, I believe damage instance is set up in a way that I should be able to find the enemy that is trying to do the damage to you. So we did set it up earlier, where dodging is now handled as something called a eye damage redirect handler. So the dodge state is a damage redirect handler. So whenever we are in the dodge state, we need to set this onto the damage redirect handler. We may also need to set something up where there's a list of these, potentially. So they kind of go through each of them. We might even set something up where like they have priorities. At the moment, this is fine, but I do get the feeling that we might need more layers to the damage redirect handler system. So that way, whenever damage is attempted to be dealt to the entity, in fact, it will actually, whenever we go into take damage, we'll first check if can take damage is false. And if it is, we will completely get out of here. However, we will then ask each damage redirect handler using .handle damage. It will return true if the damage should still be processed as normal by the entity, false otherwise. So I will probably... I'm gonna need this to return. I need it to return a Boolean. Because, for example, I need to find enemy projectile for now. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna end up doing something different. Yeah, first of all, let me save this. We have this damage instance thing. This is in namespace toaster gun. It's under damage instance.cs. That's fine. I'm going to need. So we have a public interface ID damage source. Let's have another thing. Public enum. Damage redirect result. We're going to have success, means that the damage was done correctly. We're going to have blocked. And then we'll also have dodged. We want this because we're actually going to need to go to handle damage. Instead of returning a bool, we need this to be redirect result. Save. Then go back up. I've actually probably add another one here, which is going to be invalid. I'm gonna make sure I have some summaries for each of these. Okay, success. Damage was not redirected. Though it may still be resisted. Locked. No damage was taken, and projectiles will be... Actually, hang on. No damage was taken. Projectiles should still be stopped by this encounter, I guess. No damage was taken. Projectiles should continue as if no collision occurred. I'm probably spelling a curd wrong. How do you spell curd? Somebody tell me. No damage was taken. Entity health is in an undamageable state. Cool. Go back to entity health and let's set those up. If can't take damage is false, we need to do... In fact, we're actually going to have this return damage redirect result. Return invalid. And then if damage redirect handler does not equal null, and let's actually add braces here. Oh, that's sucked up. Hang on. I think I'm just gonna have to make this a new thing. Hold on. First of all, damage redirect handler does not equal null. Bear result equals damage redirect handler and damage this, the entity health, damage instance is this damage instance. If result does not equal success, then you should return result. Boom. That's how we handle it for now. You may still have some errors for us. Here we go. This is not implementing this correctly anymore. We need this... Handle damage. Here it is. We need us to return a damage redirect result. So, if player's current state is not this, then we need to return success. Otherwise, we need to return dodged. Like that. Nice. Now we need to go and look at setting this up for projectile. So projectile ballistics. We'll probably start here just to get a handle of where this is handled. Pun not intended. Actually, I'm gonna go into here. So we have a base projectile behavior, abstract void on hit. We're gonna change this to an abstract result. Damage redirect result on hit. Save. This will now cause errors into things. Projectile enemy generic and projectile player generic. We'll need to handle this. We need it to... we need this. This is gonna be a funky little chain. This will be a funky little chain. We need entities. We need the enemies to also have it call this there. Damage redirect result on hit. And we're gonna have it return this. Otherwise, return invalid. Because this was fucked up. Now I go to definition of this. You change this to damage redirect result. And here's where instead we do return entity health dot take damage. Similarly here we do invalid as the result if the entity health dot can take damage is false. Although we probably could also simply just do this. Okay. That'll be how that's handled. And then we just need to fix the player's projectiles. Maybe change signature. Oh, that's not what I wanted. There is no fix action for this error. Nope. Oh well. It should be easy. It's just, you know, damage redirect result. And then we just need to fix the lack of a return. Which means that on hit target is going to need to set that up. Here we need to return damage redirect result on hit target. We'll have it return this. Return invalid. That's all we need for that, and then we set up projectile player generic. We return this. If not, we will return invalid. There we go. Because we're missing our stuff. That could, oh, wait, there's still an error. Ah, I see. Hang on. Let's do return success. Like that. At the end of entity helps take damage. Like that. There we go. Then we can go back to projectile ballistics. And then we can do, I think all we really need to do the thing is, we need this to be handled up here, I think. thing is, ballistics is currently handled such that if it finds an entity that can be hit, it'll hit the entity. The thing is, so let's say this is a bit of a ballistics projectile, which means it travels forward at a fixed time step, a certain distance. Now, if it finds the entity, the first entity it finds is, you know, the can hit works. If it dodges the attack, I want it to continue past the target, right? The thing is that now it can potentially pass through a different target that was behind that target, which probably won't come up that often with players, unless we had, you know, multiplayer involved. However, if we somehow give enemies the ability to dodge, it could lead to some behaviors. Which means we need to do a sort. We're gonna have to refactor this. We have to refactor this as a sorting action. Which sucks, but oh well. Target cast itself is an array of raycast hits. So we're gonna have to handle it this way. Okay, well. Yeah. So we have a separate cast to tell where our blocking is. We could definitely simplify this by adding targetable mask to blocking mask. And doing all of those. Oh, but you know what? I know why that's done that way. It's because it's technically faster than... Well, we could check the layer that the collider is on. In fact, something else we can actually technically do. We can actually limit our target cast to whatever the length of the blocked cast is, technically speaking. We could definitely do that. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then whilst I'm on the bathroom, I'm also going to refill my water. So I will be right back. I will go ahead and run an ad break. Everybody take a little stretch break, and I will be back in a few minutes. I return. Okay. So. Right. Okay. First thing I'm going to do is does distance ever get changed? Technically, no. I mean, if it's... The thing is, if is stopped, which is stopped is true if locked is set. Okay, in that case, so here's what we're going to end up doing. We're going to move the blocking cast. Let's go first. And then, if blocked, which technically speaking we could put that into one line, but I don't want to. We change distance to be blocking cast distance. We'll do something similar here. Like that. We do have two separate things here, because if it's a 0 size bullet, we want it to be a raycast. If it's larger than 0 size, this is basically just like a radius. And then otherwise we want to do a spear cast. That's how that handles. This will make that a little bit nicer on that. That way, we actually don't need to check if the entity is within the blocked distance, because we already have that handled. From there, what we need to do is we're going to have to sort. You don't actually need blocking distance, or do we? Let's check. We do actually use it here, but we could probably just nab that straight out and then get rid of this. And we comment it out in case there is another spot. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that check in a second. We can still run through and just make sure oh, hold on. So this returns a array. I actually want to turn this into a list. I want to turn this into a list. fact, we'll do this. So that's gonna cause errors on here, but I think all we really need is to just go new, surround that in a new statement. That will convert this, because it's an IEnumerable, it'll convert it into a list. In theory, it will work. Like that. Cool. And then what we end up doing is I'm going to do a turn this for each. First of all, we pull this out. We'll start it as uninitialized and turn this for each into a for loop. We want it to be a for loop instead because we are going to be modifying this list as we go through it. We're going to remove anything that cannot be targeted, and then later we will sort it. Sorting it will be a little bit easier when we've removed entities that we don't want to sort anyways. So we do a for loop. The length will be target cast dot length, or count, I guess. And we will make sure that it is updating itself by making sure that we're directly getting that from the list instead of caching it. We will automatically increment the I whenever possible. We actually don't need this distance, I think. We will go ahead and set target hit to be target cast index I. And then we're going to change how this logic is written. We're going to do this. So if target entity health returns false, we want to do target cast, remove at the current index, and then subtract from current index, and continue. In fact, we can basically actually just import any of the other things. Or ignore list contains... Ignore list is generally speaking going to be what we end up using for penetration stuff. Projectile behavior can hit entity. If it cannot hit entity, then we'll remove it. Now we are not setting what target is. Because the first thing we need to do, actually, is we're going to sort it. We do also have another thing that we need to do. However, I mean, we can also set up a more list. Which does mean we're going to check the ignore list for each entity twice, technically speaking, but we could also do something else. Alright, so we're going to actually specifically say here, first, let's make sure we get some comments in here. Remove untargetable entities. Let's also make sure here. limits the actual target cast if we hit a wall. Looks like apparently blocked can be, because it now recognizes that blocked will be set by one of these branches. So it means I don't actually need to set it there. In theory. Okay. Probably actually end up for now, not a whole lot here for us to set up. This is definitely a required rework, so we can set this up. Sucks, but we gotta do it. Remove on target abilities. I want to set something up here to where if the list of target casts is empty, we don't want to do any of this. I want to kind of just skip to the part where we set it up to be stopped. Going to do greater than 0, and then we are going to encase all of this. End up moving this projectile behavior dot on hit needs to be moved into whenever we find a target. Check through target list. And deal damage or trigger dodge effects. Cool. Which means we'll probably end up doing this stuff, setting our transform in the thing, depending on what we actually have hitting. And down here we can set if blocked, and we'll set the position of the transform to the blocking cast distance, and set our stop to true. Going to do, what's the keybind for commenting out a block again? There's a button for it, I know. Toggle line comment. There we go. I didn't actually read what the thing was. K/. Control K/. I'll never remember that. But now I do. But now I have seen it. Okay, let's set this up. So first we remove untargetable entities. Next, sort based on distance. Actually, first of all, how does this work? I see. That's fine. I'm actually going to do something else here. Never mind, I can't. I wanted to set up a second list. Welcome back, Phantom. I wanted to set up a second list where I could have
Alert. Dairy
keep
projectile
these
incoming.
entity health references for it. Why are you throwing cheese at me right now? Meow. I'm on a roll here, dang it. And also, like, knee-deep in some annoying code. I wanted to be able to, keep these, because otherwise target entity health is in and of itself kind of a long business. I might just need, like, a private struct to handle this, honestly. This is gonna need its own private struct, I think. Alright. Private. Oh, Singer Protocol. A real Oniop. Real Oni OP. Singer Protocol, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Brigade. How are you doing? I'll find out in a minute. Because we do have the thing still on. I might turn that down specifically for dev streams. Just because I am more likely to yap during a dev stream. But still want to turn it up for other gaming streams, potentially. Anyways, fuck, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I need to create struct, check hit. I'm just gonna call it check hit for now. Actually, I'm gonna call it check ballistic hit. And we're gonna do a raycast hit. Raycast hit. It's gotta be a public. And a public entity health. At which point, we can actually change the target cast variable back to an array of raycast hits. And then get rid of these new things. And then we will add... What is this? Target cast at length is how arrays are done. Then we will create a list of check ballistic hits. The list will expect to have an int capacity target cast dot length. So change it to hits dot count here. So this is specifically setting a capacity, but it will not. I'm actually gonna do this because we do actually establish the type here. I set a capacity. I believe it does not fill it with entries though. It just gives it the space, and I believe we should still use .add, and it'll still function fine. I can triple check that by going and checking the list T class. Hey, look, I've got it here. I want to find our constructors. Here we go. In 32. Initializes a new instance of the list class that is empty and has the specified initial capacity. As elements are added to a list, the capacity is automatically increased as required by reallocating the internal array. If the size of the collection can be estimated, specifying the initial capacity eliminates the need to perform a number of resizing operations while adding new elements to the list. Neato. This technically means that we don't need this to be a for loop. We could have used a for each, but oh well. But now we can do hits.add, where we add a new check ballistic hit, which actually, let's go make a constructor for that real quick. Generate constructor. First one being the raycast hit, which is target hit, and then entity. Now we can do the rest of the stuff. We are going to need to sort by distance first, before we can then do... Actually, first remove untargetable entities. Actually, first populate check ballistic hits. This is done to save the hassle of having to call try get component twice. Cool. Or populate check ballistic hits while also discarding invalid targets. There. Next, sort based on distance. This is where we do hits dot sort. Hey, look, it's already here. And we're going to do this. We could actually implement a thing there. We have it. How do we define a sort for a struct again? Let's take a look. Bet you if I go look at this... Whether type T implements the C# implements... Save your purple world map. How are you doing? Whether type T implements the iComparable T. Okay, so we have to implement iComparable then. I think. which we need to use system. Fuck me, that's right. Structs cannot inherit from interfaces. I may be a little bit stupid. Okay, how do we sort structs then? Oh, Control W selects the word. Interesting. I might keep that in mind. Can I not sort a struct without implementing its own thing? Doing an X570 board and doing Arch with Sway. X570 board is only for Iomu. What's Iomu? I've never heard of that. There is a good potential that I'm gonna need to move to Linux sometime in 2025, 2026, just because of the shit going on with Windows right now. Grab a GPU and slap it into a virtual machine? Groups PCIe devices. Huh. You're saying, like, using a GPU like a central processing unit for a virtual machine? Which sounds very cursed. That sounds very cursed. Just passing through the GPU? Okay, so it's still using, like, the board's main CPU as the CPU of the VM, and then being able to pass the virtual machine's graphics processing through the GPU. Is that the idea, then? Virtual machine, but with dedicated graphics, more performance. Right, I think I understand that. If compare is provided. Let me see it. Let me actually just Google. Let me just Google C# compare structs. Actually, I need to do sort compare structs. Two-way students, compact or expanded way. I could probably do a public I want to say a default comparison thing is an integer. I believe it's like, you know, you return -1 or +1. I think is how it works. So I'm making this. Check ballistic hit other. I need to remember how that works. Greater than 0 means X is greater than Y. How does sort handle that? I should use these variables, which I think are probably integers, or floats, or doubles even. A lot of documentation will default to doubles, because C# defaults to doubles. Which does sort go largest to smallest? Or just go smallest to largest? This part is not comparable. It's comparing by part ID. So in that case, is crank arm first? Yes. After sort by part number. So it is lesser to greater. In that case, we just want to return if the raycast hit distance is greater. In fact, I can actually do return. Raycast hit dot distance dot compare to other dot raycast hit distance. That should be it. And let's try and do that. I believe what we're gonna end up needing to do is we do x to y lambda x dot compare to y. I think that's gonna be how we end up doing that. That should do ascending order, which means it should be smallest distance first, which should be the intended behavior. Oh boy! Finally! Finally! I think this is where we need to be. We now have a sorted list. And I was thinking that I wanted to do something where we could delete but I think that's actually not necessary. That's kind of an ON versus a ON solution for less lines of code. So we will do now iterate through and try to deal damage. To do penetration could be handled here. I think we actually just do a for each. Check ballistic hit. Hit in hits. What we're gonna do is, if we do finish calculating on something, because enemies will likely have multiple hitboxes. Either they are, they've got like a ragdoll and they've got like, arms and legs and all of that. We want to be able to have those relatively accurate hitboxes. So, when we hit the first hitbox, we want to ignore the rest of that entity's hitboxes. We're not doing multi-penetrations, most likely. So basically what we'll end up doing is we'll, in here, we'll have just a break. We will break out of the for each once we have dealt damage to one enemy, but we will also kind of put there a to-do. This is probably where we want to check if we have penetration left, basically. We would probably just throw like a if true in there, and then on the if true, we write to do penetration check here, basically. So, here's how we do it. We're gonna actually check out what we got here. So, the first thing we actually want to do is if ignore list contains the hit dot and health, we'll just continue. Probably actually do where we have the target cast out length. I'm gonna do the else if locked right here. I think it's gonna be how we end up doing things. Actually, we'll do it here. I think you still want to do that in case. Actually, we'll do like if not is stopped. And we hit something blocking us. Then we want to go ahead and handle this stuff. So if we stop at an enemy in the enemy handling code, then we obviously don't want to try and hit whatever the blocking wall is. We haven't been stopped by a damage step. But we hit a wall. Hit that wall. Yeah, hit it. You hit the wall. Hit the wall. All you gotta do is hit that wall. Okay. Your ignore list contains hit that to health continue. We will then do Return projectile behavior dot on hit, which I believe should return the result of it. I believe. Base projectile behavior does have damage redirect result on hit. Yeah, so that makes sense. As such, I'm gonna do this. I think basically the first thing we need to do is we'll just call projectile behavior on hit. We actually want to store the result of this. Hit dot entity health. I think even if the entity is invalid, basically no matter what on hit returns, we should be adding this entity health to the ignored list. We should probably cache this. Because we're accessing this from the struct a lot of times. So add that. Let's also go ahead and qualify this result. Let me adjust my webcam. I'm going to be sitting up in my seat a little bit more. So I might need to go to the bathroom in a sec. I'm probably actually going to do a switch here. I'm going to switch on result. Hang on. Hang on. I know what I need to do. There we go. Now it auto-populates. That's what I was looking for. Okay. For now, we're going to do an if true. Oop. And then I'm also going to put here to do handle penetration logic here. And then basically we do go to case blocked. Which, of course, it doesn't want to autofill this, annoyingly. But whatever. I'm going to comment this out, because otherwise it's going to bitch, piss, and moan at us. Right. If dodged, we will go ahead and break. But if blocked, we want to go ahead and do these. Transformed opposition. And then target distance never gets set to anything. Neither does entity health. We're going to get rid of these variables. Instead, we do hit dot raycast hit dot distance. And then is stopped equals true. And then we are actually gonna... What we're actually gonna end up needing to do is... if is stopped, break here. Because otherwise, we can't break from this for each in this switch, because otherwise it's gonna be treated as breaking the switch, not the thing. If dodged, I think we just break. In fact, I think we'll just have these all kind of handle as default for now. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I return. Okay. Back to, so I believe this should pretty much be it. At the moment, everything will kind of just go to either blocked or it'll go to dodged or invalid. That's fine. I do potentially want there to be some extra stuff here just in case. Generally speaking, these will both be handled that way. And also, again, the entire reason we have the switch result here is because if we do have a successful damage, we do want to handle penetration logic, which I haven't actually put anything in the documentations about weapons that deal penetration, but I do want to work it into the game at some point, because I think that's kind of a strong necessity for a game like Toaster Gun, where it's a top-down shooter. I think it would help out a lot to have that. But I need to set that up. I need to figure out what's actually doing that. Okay, so I think overall that should be handled. I think I actually don't have anything to do in this branch of the if statement. Actually, you know what? Well, I do, comma, however, I think we're going to end up doing it here. If we're not stopped and we hit a wall, then we want to handle doing effects based on the wall. Nope. If not stopped. Actually do right here, to do hit wall effects. Cool. But I actually might not have it go to case blocked. I wanted to have it handled differently, potentially. Because I want blocked to have different effects. Sacred Protocol, Echo Neko, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to Dust Frickle Brigade. How are you doing? I'll find out in a minute. I should probably go ahead and set that value to something else during a whatchamacallit. Actually, I probably have to end up implementing that into KT Dash, because I think the follow only mode value is actually managed by my overlay program. So I might need to actually adjust that in order to set it. I'll probably need to make like a command that can call on it to change what that value is. I think there's actually a value in the configuration, by the way. So make sure that I don't have it. Cool. I actually want to say it's in chat shield config, but I don't want to open that right now because I don't want to show that on stream. Actually, I could just... It's over here. So I gotta add those other things to this. Yeah, default follower only level. I'm not sure if that's actually minutes though. Oh well. I have to check what that is. Anyways. I think we have everything fixed with projectile ballistics. Projectile ballistics should now function properly with that. We're gonna have it so that if it successfully deals damage to an entity, at the moment it will still stop at that entity no matter what. If it manages... If the entity dodges it, it should continue past the entity. In theory. As long as everything here is set up correctly, which I believe it has been. This comment over here. Okay. That should set all of that up correctly. So now I should be able to have that continue past players. Boy, that was a lot of framework stuff that we had to do here. Hopefully this all works properly when we set this all up. We did already set it up. Player state's generic. It will return damage redirect result dodged. That should be handled. And nothing else currently implements the eye damage redirect handler. I believe there is no other eye damage redirect handler in the game, so everything else should be handled. Okay, so I believe for now oh, we actually run on damage during dodge. Interesting. Oh yeah, we already have a debug.log telling us whether or not we graze dodged it. Cool. I do also want to set something up to where when we dodge, I want to have a targetable after image that's like, when the player dodges an enemy attack and they shoot at the player, I want the enemy to continue shooting at where that player was. And if that would trigger a graze dodge, in the idea that, like, if the player was there and the entity health intercepted that damage, and it's in the dodge graze window, then it should still graze dodge. So I'd want to set it up like that. Okay, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and try and actually get the health bar set up. That was a lot of work that we need to do because we realized that we needed to set that up. And now I want to get around to this. I do also need to figure out, oh, you know what? Because we need to set something up to where if it graze dodges, we need to check who we just dodged. Which on damage during dodge does give us a damage instance. We need to find the enemy from this damage instance. And we need to set up some stuff in enemy status component to ask how many times we dodged this enemy and what the enemy's penalties should be. Or the dodge graze penalties should be, depending on how many times and what the rank of the enemy is. One thing I said that, like, bosses and elite bosses, you should actually still be able to dodge those infinitely, and then the main challenge is that they do have, like, a enrage timer and /or. And granted, a lot of these will be handled in like the higher difficulties, is when we actually have it be like you're kind of limited on time and you want to be damaging the enemy regardless type deal. But in general, I think it'll be okay for the player to get unlimited supercharge orbs from graze dodging bosses and elite bosses. Because in that case, the actual limitation is going to be in other mechanics. Whereas I can't really put a whole lot of limitations on player completion times if the encounter doesn't have a boss. But I was thinking, like, you know, obviously, elite bosses, like, one of the very first ascensions we're going to have is that elite bosses will have an enrage. And then another ascension I want to do is that bosses will drop reduced loot if you don't beat them in time. If you don't beat them fast enough. And that's going to be the design of that, I think. For those of you new to what we're doing here, first of all, St. Rupert, I'm K-Tom, Hopskin Thumper / VTuber. And second of all, so bosses in this game are actually more like elites in other games. Elite bosses are the actual final bosses of each level. It is City of Heroes terminology, because I like City of Heroes, fuck you. But the other ranks of enemies are Minion and Lieutenant, and also Underling. There are a couple of underlings that I have planned. Mostly to deal with certain mechanics, but, you know. Okay, right. Let's go ahead and set up a player health bar, because that should be the next thing we actually handle. So we are gonna have to... Oh yeah, I was going to go over to Entity Health. Or not Entity Health. I wanted to find... Where's... Oh, I got rid of it. Where's... It's gonna be in UI, HUD Enemy Overlay. I wanted to copy this implementation. I was talking earlier about like, oh, should I change this into an interface so that I don't have to copy paste code? And I was just like, nah, because I want it to be modular in regardless. So we're just gonna have... We're going to take this on destroy unhook entity events, unhook entity events, hook entity events. And then I'm also going to need to copy the actual implementations, but I can also do that in here. I have a plan. We can also check the entity health to see if it has a player object, and then hook the player events from that. So we can actually just go here and do generate method on each of these. And that will do it for us. We probably don't need death and revive. Probably don't. Although they might need some stuff, because I might put like whatchamacallit. I mean, there's a good chance that I'm just gonna have something else that hooks into death and revive that will close a bunch of the different UI objects. And then instantiate whatever object is relevant to the player. Because, you know, everybody has their own unique death state. That's gonna be fun. But, on-take damage, actually, you know, on-take damage itself will probably also be unimplemented for now. And then, in fact, we'll probably end up doing like a to-do implement on all of these. To-do implement, to-do implement. Well, again, actually, I think I probably will just say Death and Revive will not be hooked. We will not hook these. We don't need to hook them. Also change the documentation of this. Hook into the player entity events as necessary. And then we do if entity health dot player exists. And player abilities. We'll set it to entity health dot player abilities. So if that also exists, which that's also setting this variable, so we'll be able to use it later. Player abilities dot that all should work. If a player gets deleted, then it should delete the events by itself. Blue health update is what we wanted. Plus equals... Excuse me? What do you mean I can't subscribe to this? Oh, because I'm doing the wrong thing. It's on blue health update. Or... Oh, fuck. You know what? Hang on. Where is it? Player states... No, base player abilities. Did I forget to mark that as an event? Wait. I sure did. I forgot to mark it as an event. Cool. Good to know. Plus equals. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Cool. Awesome. I'm gonna move that. Oh. Apply. Move this up here. And all you really need to do is call blue health equals here. For now. On-take damage, we're gonna do something eventually. On health update, this is where we need to set some stuff up. Current health equals Actually, we need to do this dot current health. This dot max health. I remember I put it backwards here, so we can do that instead of having to do this dot. And then I am gonna have to update a lot of these in an update loop because of the fact that they have to be like animated for the whatchamacallums. So let's set these up. Also, move this back like that. Oh, that's right. I am also going to need to unhook the player abilities. So, identity help, and then if player abilities, blue health update minus equals player abilities blue health update. There we go. There it is. Save. There we go. I am also going to move all of these up above on destroy. Like that. There we go. And then we do all of the other stuff here. We're going to give it an update. Which I'm actually going to want serialized field. Private float. Delta health change rate. Probably want to do let's go with 250 per second. And then we want private float, delta health, change delay. 0.3 F. Actually, I should make it proportional to the amount of health lost, I think. Probably, yeah. Might actually just like use change rate with it. You do change delay, change rate. So like the amount of time it would take to deplete that amount of health is then multiplied by 0.3, and that's the delay. So we do private float health delta delay 0. And actually what we're going to end up doing is we're actually going to do health delta plus equals delta health. Which, yeah, that should be fine. Or actually, what we're probably going to end up doing is going to override this. If mathf sign of the current delta health, or sorry, health delta, does not equal the mathf sign of the new delta health, then we're going to set it. Otherwise, add it. Add braces. And then we will set what I'm actually going to do is going to do whatever is smaller, or sorry, whatever is greater is the current health delta delay or the health delta delay we want to put. What we do is do like 0.5F. We take delta health, we divide it by the delta health change rate, then multiply that value by delta health change delay. Then we check what our current delta health delay is. Actually, we'll do this. Delta health delay. Or health delta delay, sorry. It's going to be set to mathf.max. The current value of it compared to the new value that we want to put. Like that. Cool. And that's how we'll do it. But I'll probably actually do that as part of this, too. But actually, hang on. Establish this up here. If the sign is different, then we will... Sorry. HDD set to delay. Without checking the current value. Because we are overriding it with health recovery now. So I'll probably actually have a second value for it. Delay loss will be 0.5F, but then delay gain will be 0.1F. Very small delay. So I'm going to do this as -1 by default. Actually going to do... float sign equals the sign of the incoming thing. And then delay will be made into a new parenthetical. Sign greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, we want to use gain. Less than 0, loss. Boom. That's how I do it. Because I probably want to also make the rate be dependent on the direction, maybe. Yeah, I do. In fact, also, I want it to be percentage-based. We'll make it 0.7f. Actually, do float ratio per second. And here we are gonna do I'm gonna do this actually as a bool sign is greater than 0. Never mind, I can't because we're comparing it here. So ratio per second is going to be max health times parenthetical gain rate gain rate loss. That in there as ratio per second. Awesome. At which point I'll probably actually end up doing just one delay value. Because the delta health change rate gain is already going to be much faster. Okay. Next up, if health delta delay is greater than or equal to 0, that we're actually going to go ahead and cache float time is time dot delta time. We do health delta delay minus equals time. Actually, we want to reuse DT. I usually use DT for time dot delta time. Else float but actually what we're gonna do is float delta sign equals mathf dot sign health delta. Now the thing is, Math.sign, I believe, if I remember right, it will return a 1 if it's 0. I'll triple check that, though. Which means that we need to make sure that we know if the health delta is 0, we don't want to do anything with it. Let's go check. Yeah, returns a value of 1 if f is 0 or greater, which is kind of dumb. It's kind of stupid. I don't know why they do it like that. We'll set it up like that for now. I should probably... pool delta gain is going to be if math sign is greater than 0. And we'll figure out the direction otherwise. I'm gonna probably actually skip all of this if it's 0. Like that. Now to remember what we're doing here. Use delta gain as a condition to go 1, -1. What we can actually do is speed delta gain. It's going to be, so if we're gaining, then we actually want to do minus the rate gain. Otherwise, we want to do plus rate loss. Do speed times equals delta time. If absolute of... But actually, let's change that to positive. We'll multiply it afterwards. The absolute health delta is less than speed. Why do I keep pressing P? And we'll simply set health delta to 0. Else, plus equals. Actually, we'll want to modify speed first. Hang on. If delta gain is false. Actually, no. If delta gain is true, we want to multiply it. speed. Times equals stage 1. And then health delta plus equals speed. Cool. That's it. That handles our health delta system. But actually, what we want to do here is, when our health delta is set to 0, we're going to do delta health slider image. Actually, probably shouldn't use that. I'm going to use delta health slider image. The image value of slider is only set if it is, like, used in the transition, and we don't want to actually use it. But we'll want to enable it when our delta has been changed. Health delta is not equals 0. Go ahead and enable that thing. Add braces here. True. I feel like that's kind of self-explanatory. I don't think there's anything else there that we need to worry about. Actually, I will say, hang on. So if we are changing directions from loss to gain, we will instantly restart our delta animation. Otherwise, we will add it instead. Okay. So all we're gonna do is we're gonna update those sliders, basically, is our next step. Might need a snack coming up. I'm getting a little bit peckish. Okay, I'll go ahead and set this up here. Handle animating the health delta property here. We have access to max health, so I don't need that, but I do need, you know, technically speaking, what we can actually do is when we do our on-health update, we can actually go ahead and set the, whatchamacallit, and set main health slider, delta health slider, and blue health slider. We're going to set all of those on the max health. We're going to actually set their max value to max health. Delta health slider and blue health slider. Cool. That way you can use direct values instead of having to convert it to a multiplier. So I have a feeling that Unity's internal systems will actually handle that correctly without it needing to convert to a percentage. I think it will. Keyword think. Okay. So I just want to do, just update the values. We're going to do main health slider dot value. Actually, hang on. Float main h value So we could do main bar value, let's call it. Bart value. Main Bart value. At first we're going to set it to current health. And then also float delta bar value. Current health. And blue health value. The blue bar value. We can actually just directly set this. We know what this is going to be like. Current health plus blue health. In fact, we don't even need this. We can actually just straight away set that. Because we don't need any sort of animation on the blue health slider. That can be handled by whatever is actually handling the blue health. Here we're going to check if gain actually first we're going to check if we even need to do health delta stuff. It's not equal 0. Then we do if delta gain then we're actually going to take main bar value and then subtract health delta from it. Else, we'll take delta bar value and then subtract health delta from it. And because health delta will be minus or negative, it'll actually add to the delta bar value based on health delta. And that should be good. And then it's as simple as going main health slider dot value is main bar value, delta bar value, sorry, delta bar slider, delta health slider dot value, delta bar value, and just like that, that should be good. Another thing we're actually going to do, in Blue Health Update, we're going to actually set this. Did I have a variable for Blue Health image? No, I don't. I can go ahead and add that. Come down here. Blue Health Slider image dot enabled is going to be whether or not E is greater than 0. Simple. That should be it. The next thing I want to do, I do actually need to make sure that the slider images are kind of updated as necessary, actually. So what I need to find actually is, I should have a reference to it somewhere here. HUD style data. Actually, so enemy overlay inherits from mono behavior. We want this to have a HUD manager. So let's make sure that gets a HUD manager. Also, I kind of want to rename all of these to use lowercase d. I forgot to, but it's fine. They're serialized fields, so it's fine enough. But technically speaking, I normally have them lowercase because they are privates. I don't think it's going to matter that much in this context. Right, we needed that because I need to catch the style data. From there. And then I can actually, I need to go here and I need to set those up. So, Might also move these values here, the change delay, rate loss, rate gain. I might put those into the HUD style data potentially. But probably don't, actually. I can have these as part of that. Start setting up some headers here. All this enemy displays. This one actually is going to be damage. Ammo gauge. All this player displays. Public. Right, we want some colors. Actually, not just colors. We want gradients, potentially. Player health bar fill color. Make this a new gradient. Alpha keys are going to be what is this? An array. Gradient alpha key array. First one being gradient alpha key. Actually, should be able to do this. 0, 1. Sorry, it should be 1, 0, 1, 1. Should be able to simplify that too. Never mind, we can't. Wait, can I do that? Fine. I guess I have to do that then. Color keys. Now, the question is, I might be misremembering. Does Unity let me do hard keys? Because I don't want this to actually interpolate colors. I want there to be hard cuts in the gradient. Let's find out. It's in mode, is how it is. Fixed. don't need a semicolon there. All right, so it's color, then time. This will be percentage based. So time 1 is going to be color dot green. I don't know if this is going to order them properly. I might actually need to make sure that these are ordered properly. There is no orange, is there? Orange is red and green together, right? Yeah. It should be like that, right? Wait, no, it should be 0.5 green and then 1 red. Yeah. And this will be at 0.5. And then I'm moving color.red to 0.25. Awesome. That'll be based on player health percentage. Then we'll do another one. Also, I want to do, real quick, gradient usage, false on HDR. Oh, is there no alpha? This is for alpha, so I will do that. I think by default it should do it in non-HDR space. And that's the important part. It cannot be simplified like that. Oh, I see. That's fine. Okay. There's definitely a target type gradient. What do you mean? What? You're in this exact... Okay. I guess it was just because I didn't have the semicolon at the end there. Whatever. That's weird. Okay. Color keys. Managing color key. Semicolon. Or not semicolon, but new bracket thing. Alpha keys. And we're gonna do actually the same thing. don't need mode gradient, mode fixed, because this is actually going to be an animation color. No, I don't need a new thing. You can actually just do this. Five F and then I will also do one of these for health bar gain. I think the way that this is going to work is just it's going to be in the green field instead of the red field. So I think I actually just do that by going like that. There we go. I'm also going to do the same thing for player blue health bar fill color. And this time it'll be the blue. Awesome. Actually, we can make it a little bit higher saturation. That what we're gonna do is actually have it be 2.33 F in green. Something like that. Again, we'll see it when we actually modify it in engine. In fact, I think I hit save already, so it might be the other value anyways, but eh. So now I can access all of that from here. Actually, we'll set the color of the health bar when we update the health bar, I think. Yeah, even though it'll be, yeah. If our health delta is not equal to 0, then we want to animate the thing. Which we're actually going to do real quick. Delta health flash time. 0.5, I should be fine. Time.time mod flash time. But actually we can do divided by a delta health flash time mod 1. There we go. That should work. Keyword should. Oh fuck, you know what? Actually, we need this to be established out because blue health should be handled outside of this if conditional. So no, I want delta health slider image dot color will be set to style data dot. Actually, we're gonna need a parenthetical. Boolean delta gain. Additional style data dot gain fill color. Otherwise, style data loss fill color. All that will be dot evaluate based on time. Kinda messy, but it gets the job done. Then I can do the blue health down here. Blue health slider image dot color equals style data dot blue health bar fill color evaluate on time. But only if the blue health slider is actually in or out. So I actually want to do if blue health is not equal 0, or is greater than or equal to 0, or greater than 0, I should say. And then I do add races. The enabled state of the blue health slider image is set up here. Oh, Gavarian! Standard group protocol, thank you very much for the raid. Who is this? I do not recognize this name. Take a look at this person. Sorry you're not... Oh, no, following since December 19th, 2023. You've been around. Oh, I see. Felix probably brought you along. I see. Here. Sacred Protocol. I am K-Tom, hobbyist game developer / VTuber. I'm currently working on a top-down shooter known as Toaster Gun. It is a top-down shooter roguelike game. I'm currently working on some stuff. Thank you for the shout-out. Software and game development. I see. Fellow game dev streamer. Let me actually go ahead and hit follow on that real quick, because I doubt I followed you. What were you working on, Gavarian? Working on JRPG. I see, I see. Ambitious. There's, I have an action RPG concept that's been swimming around in my head, but I don't want to work on it right now until I have, like, actual team, preferably. Final Fantasy X inspired. If only I could remember what Final Fantasy X is like. It's one of the ones that I don't actually remember. I know 8 is the one that has Leon. Does 10 have... Is 10 the action time battle, or is it turn-based, or is it like an actual ARPG? Action RPG. I do not remember. I do know that like the game I want to work on does lean slightly more. It is turn-based. CTB. I don't remember what CTB means. No, ATB is, the action time battle, which is the system that Final Fantasy 7 and 8 use. Okay, but I was trying to work on getting a player health bar set up. I got distracted. Where were we? Set up the Delta Health, Blue Health. Oh, right. I need to, when we do Entity Health on Health Update, after we set up the sliders, we do need to set the colors. So what we're going to do is fully turn-based, but different actions are faster/slower. Okay. I think I understand what you mean. Sort of like Pokemon rules, right? What does CTB stand for, then? Oh, you know what? We're gonna need main health slider image reference. In that case. Like that. There we go. Slider image dot color. Set this based on style data dot health bar fill color dot evaluate. The time will actually be current health divided by max health. That should be it. That will be done regardless of what the delta is, too. Even though, generally speaking, that only really is not a concern, but like, it'll only really affect how the color is when recovering health. Because otherwise, conditional turn-based panel. Okay, that makes sense. Bit different because if you have a really fast character, they might get to go 3 times before the enemy acts. Right. So it's not Pokemon rules, it's whichever character can currently go will go next. Sort of like Action Time Battle, except it actually pauses whenever a character can make a move. Is that it, basically? Right. Okay. I'm on the right side of that. Cool. The game that I want to work on is more inspired by Kingdom Hearts a little bit, with a little bit of Devil May Cry / Bayonetta. Actually, more towards Metal Gear Rising and Bayonetta than DMC, I think, with quite a bit of Kingdom Hearts under the hood. That's kind of the concept that's been on a standby until I have more time and / or more people to help with. For now, I'm working on this game. This game has a much smaller scope and it's much goofier and tongue-in-cheek, because I do also have to have like a somewhat serious story going on with that game. People who've been around know this project I'm talking about by Hypernull, I think is what I was calling it. It's inspired slightly by, which is why the name is the way it is. Or is it Hypernull? I might be using the wrong name there. But basically it's inspired by the Mugen Cheapies, the Cheapie Wars, and the Nulls of Mugen. It is somewhat inspired by those as a concept, and then story-wise, it's a little bit like Battle Network, in that you are a custom-built hyper-null character created to fix a network that got taken over by a bunch of, characters that were created for this fighting game engine that are actually like viral. They're malicious to the point of virality, and they took over the network. And so Keitan and Doc both come together to create this thing, and then you play as the thing, and go fight. Basically, fighting viruses is essentially what it is, but it has a little bit of extra flair in that it's inspired by Mutant TVs. Which you probably have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about in that case. Which, oh well. It's just a fun concept. Okay. All this should be ready to go. We just need to actually start implementing it into the thing, I think. Let's go check to make sure that the HDD style data didn't get screwed up. Yeah, okay, see, this ended up being blue instead of what I wanted it to, I think. If I look at RGB... Oh no, it did actually set the right values. Okay. I want it to be more like... Let me set this back to HSV. So, like, Hue 202. Like that. There we go. I was gonna make these greens a little bit lighter. $75 should be fine. This is gonna be set to like 40 should be good. Increase the brightness of the red as well. 65, 65, and then do this at like 33. There we go. Last time the nav mesh. Okay, I figured it out. I had to enable this thing here, down here, and I had to go into here and then click show nav mesh. And I managed to figure that out. And we also figured out how to get it to stop Z fighting with the floor. Or I don't think we figured out how to get it to stop Z fighting from the floor, other than I got rid of that other test object, and then it just fixed it. And now it's not Z fighting with the floor anymore. I don't know if I actually successfully fixed it, though. Also, I still need to make this not clickable. This is set to not static. Why is the nav mesh carving around that? None of this is set to static, so why is it carving around that? Can I edit this? Guess I could check the surface here. Yeah, I'll probably be here then. First of all, set this to nothing. We want to add level collision. Block movement. That should be it. So now if we hit bake, and now we get rid of the those things. If anything, I would like to put obstacles on other enemies. Tentatively, though. I think there is actually a concern for putting obstacles on themselves because they can avoid themselves, potentially. But I'll look into it. I think in theory I should be able to set something up to where they'll avoid each other. There should be a setting for that. Anyways. That's now set up. Cool. Yeah, so that was fixed. We're gonna set up the health bar now. We'll do something real simple for now. Welcome back, Phantom. How are you doing?
Reminder to maintain hydration levels. Tactical repositioning requested.
And check my posture. Okay. I do still need to figure out if I'm doing damage numbers on player or not. Which I might not. Okay, I'm just gonna create empty for now. Player status space. Have a good lurk. For now, I'm gonna anchor this top left. I feel like there's better positioning for all of this for now, but and then we'll make this 400 or referenced 1920, so I should do 800, I think. Is about how much I need. 200 should be enough. Alright. And then I'm going to go ahead and just throw in a default Unity slider object. I'll call this player health bar. Actually, I'm going to change this up, how this is handled. First of all, there should be no transition. This is why I cannot use slider.image, because we're actually not using a transition. This is not interactable. Also, there will not be a handle slide, which I do need to add. We're actually going to do in here, player health bar background. This actually needs an image. I'll probably need its own better sprite for it at some point. For now, I actually am going to do just set this to black for now. Our whole status space is 800. Actually, do want to set some anchors for this. Anchor it like this to the top. Actually, I might anchor it to the bottom. From left 250. So our height's 200. Oh, that's 351. 250. Oh wait, no. Left 250. That is 250 on the left. think actually just setting it to 200 should be fine. And then right, we're gonna do 16. I'm gonna set our pivot to be the top of it, and then the left side. Left top corner. Top left corner. And then height, 64 seems like a good proportion. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. And then I'm actually going to put player health bar inside of there. That way we can set this up to expand out into this space. I actually don't need a background object for it anymore. And then I go... First of all, I need to actually just completely change that so that it's like that now. I'm gonna need to fix this though, because now it is outside the space. That what I'm probably gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of the UI sprite here. I'm gonna use base images for now. I'll set up some custom sprites for this at some other point. I should also go ahead and set this up. This to be 0. Here. That way. First of all, I'm actually gonna call this player health bar main, right? I can probably change how this is actually set up. I don't need fill area. Because this isn't an interactable slider, we can just use itself as the spacing. And that works. Now I can set this, give it about 2 from each side. Main fill. So I doubt I can put it on the same object. So I don't think so. Also, I can go ahead and set max value should actually be set to 1000 because that's the base player health. I'm gonna do that because that'll be a little bit simpler. And it can pixel fill. So like it's there, and then I set this to 463, and it's slightly bigger. Yeah, so that does kind of help it with its accuracy. We need to help main fill to be fully green for now. Switch this back to HSE. That's what I'm doing. Alright. Then I'm going to duplicate this, call this one player health bar delta. No, not belta. Let's say I'm gonna make this like a dark red for now. So that needs to be under player health bar main, like that. Set like the value to that so we know what we're looking at. Cool. Yeah, we'll make these look nicer with actual sprites some other time, and for now we're going to leave them as kind of the default. You configure them to look cooler later. But then, in between here, actually, you can call this health delta fill, so that I can have that make sense. And then in between, we actually want to put player blue health bar, blue health fill. And then we change this color to be that blue health. Like that. And yeah, that should be fine. Pretty much. That should work properly for any of the situations. Actually, I am now realizing, so if health is recovered whilst blue health is showing, it won't show the health delta thing, I think. So you might still need to set something up where the order of the order is changed depending on if we're adding or subtracting health, so that blue health should be under recovery, or the delta health if we're recovering health. But for now, it's going to work fine. Especially because, again, we don't actually have anything using blue health right now. So let's do HUD player health bar. Mostly handling all of those things. Set our HUD manager reference. Oh, come on. Set our HUD manager reference. I'll probably actually also want to set something up to where HUD manager should probably call to this thing to set its player. So want private HUD player health bar. Player health bar. Assign to player, we'll probably want to go through and do player health bar, hook entity events, player dot entity health. Actually, let's change that actually. Play any new games lately? Technically, Olivia got me into Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. I mean, technically speaking, it's not a new game because it's mostly just an update from Versus. But I'm trying to get myself back into fighting games. player or entity health equals player dot entity health. That way that's handled by that. And we check that there as well. Units co-op story mode? There's also, I am interested in getting into Strinova, actually. So we rewrite that to be like that, and now you assign that to player like that. Cool. Played some Fragpunk lately. Oh fuck, I think I have heard of Fragpunk. I need to actually get that too. Shit, I completely forgot about that. I've been like, oh, I'm craving a attack shooter-ish kind of thing, or competitive shooter kind of thing. And then I was just like, well, I've been seeing some Strinova content lately. I should try Strinova. But you know what? I should also grab Fragpunk. I probably will end up having more fun with Fragpunk than Strinova. Because that should be all we need for that then. And I do want to also make sure that that reference is set. Set that. Cool. Just make sure that that is actually getting called. It's actually getting called in player status. Got it. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That should actually be ready to go now. In theory. No, it was not. Why are we... Did I completely forget to actually do anything with that? Oh, wow. Look at all of those not set references. Amazing. Amazing. There we go. That should fix it. Awesome! Alright, let's see if we can get shot at. We do not seem to be getting shot at. I wonder if I didn't set something up here. We have a damageable hitbox. Targeting the entity health. It's on the damageable hitbox layer. Let me check to make sure that I didn't fuck up bullets as a result of the changes we made earlier. Can we shoot at this target dummy? We cannot. Okay, cool. Shit. Alright. Let's figure out why we fucked it up. Let's attach to Unity. And we're gonna go into... I want projectile player generic. And just drop a breakpoint here. What do you mean I can't drop a breakpoint here? Alright. Let's see if this is working. It is not. We are not calling on hit. Which means we're not getting to this line. Why aren't we? That can't be possible. Can it is false. Continue. Do we hit anything here? Let's find out. Hit anything valid is the question. Do not hit anything valid. Interesting. Do we hit anything, period? No, we don't hit that either. Uh-huh. Quick question. Let's go find this prefab for projectiles, player generic bullet, bolt size 0. So we are using hit scan. Targetable mask is damageable hitbox. Blocking mask is level collision. So max distance and distance. If we have a blocking cast, we set blocking cast distance, but only if we are actually blocked. Because this returns true if it hits. Correct? Yes, I would think so. Let's throw a breakpoint here. Hit play. In a sec, I'm a little busy. So we hit this. This is now set to 1.67, which means we are going to do a target cast, a Actually, wait. Blocking cast at distance. This is now set to 1.04. That's fine. There's a ham. I'll look at the ham in a second. So if we step... Step over. Shift F11. We're stepping into this now. And our distance is now set to 1.04. I'm checking targetable mask. Target cast. Currently set to null. Wait a minute. I'm gonna do that there. Shift F11. We get here. Why is target cast 0? Why is there nothing in target cast? There should be no reason for this. Delete all breakpoints real quick. And continue, just to let Unity run again. What is going on here? Triple checking, damageable hitbox. That's what we're looking for. Target dummy here. The hitbox is in damageable hitbox layer. Why are you 0? Why are you fucked up? We've changed nothing about that part of it, except for the fact that it'll change the distance. Let's make it not change the distance, and let's see what happens. So if we don't change the distance after it hitting a wall, what happens? It still passes through the enemy. Why is it doing that? This was working just a second ago. I'm even more confused now. I don't get this. What is... Why... The only other thing that we changed was the order in which we do these. Which should not have an effect on this. Keyword should. And if it does, I'm going to be very angry. It doesn't. So why is it broken now? Nothing else about these casts were changed. So what's wrong? How... This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't understand. I changed nothing about how it detects collisions, and now it's just not detecting collisions at all. It'll detect the wall collision, and then it will pass through all entities, even though we changed nothing about how it detects entities. It gets zero results in its raycast. Why is it just going through it? You gotta stand all the way back here to where it's definitely doing multiple movement steps. Basically what was going on is I did do a breakpoint here. So if target cast dot length is greater than 0, it'll hit this breakpoint. Well, guess what? In a second when it's done moving. Wait, it does hit the breakpoint. Wait, what? Wait, hang on. No. No. What? Huh? What? But before, when I had it hit the breakpoint up somewhere here, and then I checked it, and it said target cast dot length equals 0. And also, it wasn't hitting this breakpoint here. We weren't hitting this breakpoint, I think. Right? We're not hitting that breakpoint. Never mind, I might be crazy, but also I'm still crazy. It's not hitting that breakpoint. Which means... If we fail to try get entity health. Your target hit equals target cast I. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck me. It's because there's... I'm using the wrong variable here. It should be target cast.length, not hits.count. This is an empty... This is an empty list. That should not be doing that. You know what? You know what would have fucking fixed this? Change this to a 4 each. Oh, come on. Okay, never mind. It's just me being crazy. It's just me being crazy. This is absolutely a thanks Unity moment. It was a what the fuck Unity moment followed by a thanks Unity moment. Because it turns out that the entire problem was between keyboard and chair. The entire problem was behind keyboard and chair. Okay, finally. We can shoot things again. Does that mean we can also be shot? What? Huh? What's happened? What is going on now? Huh? Why am I stuck? Gamedev as usual. Why did I get stuck? Hold on. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out some stuff. Unity has given me some wonderful problems today, I think, seems like. Wait, why is he dead? Why are you dead? Hold on, I need to see what's going on here. Road to video game is never a smooth one. Yeah. Your health bar works fine. Why does your health bar not work? I mean, I can lock on, which means it... Also, for some reason, at some point... Actually, hang on. I'm wondering if... Oh. We're dying in one shot. That would be why. Or at least that's part of it. Part of it is that we are dying in one shot, which we should not be doing. Keyword should not be doing. The next part is, why the fuck is the enemy's health not getting set on that? Probably just go ahead and call entity health on health update whenever we set targetable. which this shouldn't be set up this way because it's technically coupling, but we're just going to do this. Entity health, on health update. Do entity health, current health. Entity health, max health, 0. Like that for now. And that's just going to be a failsafe so that that actually sets up the targetable correctly. So that's part of it, is that we were actually dying instantly. And the enemy was waiting around, probably because I set up the system a little bit incorrectly. I'm still not getting hit. Wait, not? Huh. Why? Hold on. Wait. Play focused. Keep an eye on this. Does this get changed by something? Is there an initializer that's setting that to 100? No, there isn't. So, hang on. Walk through here. See if we actually take damage at all. We are taking damage, yeah. And then we die, and then they wait around. They wait around because they can't verify their target. So that leaves... Why the fuck is our health bar not working? There's our next part. Why is our health bar not working? Entity health on health update. Recall on health update. During take damage. Now in HUD player health bar. We should check real quick. Hook entity events. It's called when we do assign to player on HUD manager. Does this get called? Is our next question. It gets called. Which means we should be hooking those events. The question is, why the fuck aren't we? Actually, let's find out if we are. Oh, you know what? I inverted that by accident. There we go. That would be why. We had it, we were hitting guard claws incorrectly. That should fix that. Now we should see damage. Now we see damage. It is not reducing the thing, though. I have a feeling I am not setting that properly. While health delta delay is greater than or equal to 0, we will subtract from it based on DT. Question. Does this get set to a negative number? Aha! Hang on. Alright, let's see that. Also, I am definitely changing the base damage of that. Then again, I was seeing some weird numbers on that. We might still have some other bugs to fix with that system. Because it should be dealing 100 damage, and then I noticed that the player was down to not a multiple of 100. Why is it taking you this long? Oh my goodness. I need to actually go ahead and select type player so I can see your health. Cool. Why are we still not reducing thing? Also, why did we take 220 damage? Oh, wait. Wait. You're level 2. That would be why. Okay. Okay, yeah, I forgot. I changed this enemy's level to 2 because I wanted to check to see that the the color of the name would change depending on the level of the enemy. Right. Okay. Oh, wow, it's 5 hours. I'm gonna bath. Let's say I still want to figure this out. No, it's late. I do need to start wrapping up. Okay, it's a decent stopping point. I do need to make sure I take a break. I need to take a break. I need to get food, and then I will figure out the problem with the health bar after I get food. I'm gonna go BRB. When I come back, we're going to drop in on a friend of ours, as we usually do. So do please stick around. And I also have my usual spiel. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and we'll start wrapping things up. Be right back. probably did not need a full 3-minute ad break. I do want to start working. Nobody's going to be missing anything, hopefully, whilst I am figuring this out. Thank you for welcoming me back and telling me that you're not getting ads. I mean, you do actually have... No, you don't have sub. But it's fine. It's whatever. It's possible you got pre-roll. Because I think I did not have pre-roll prevention when, what was it? Gavarian raided in? So, oh well. Anyways, so, I'm gonna try and do another stream tomorrow, and then probably not stream Friday. I'll probably try and still do work on Friday, but I will not stream Friday. But I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow. I unfortunately did not actually set up any of the collabs I wanted to do tomorrow, so it'll be some type of video game. Potentially Oxygen Included. It's been a while since I last played Oxygen Included. I'm not even gonna remember what the fuck I'm doing. But we might try and do some of that. We'll see. We'll end up playing it by ear, for sure. Saturday is going to be Catgirl Craft, as usual. Still on our Season 1 world. Possibly talking about what we might be doing for Season 2. And also just, you know, trying to get some stuff finished up for the train line. Maybe. I don't know if I'm gonna super feel like doing competitive games tomorrow, but we'll see. Apparently I have a regen. Sure. There we go. If anybody else has a regen, there's actually a whole ceremony to it, but since it's just me, I'm just gonna have myself regen with the command. At some point I do still need to get the rework for the Stream XP system. That's been in the works for a long time. But, oh well. What else am I missing? And then, hopefully Sunday, we actually return to Metal Gear Solid 2. Hopefully. We've been missing several weeks because Olivia has been out of it. And also busy. Yeah, we're working on ending, sorry. Yeah, it's okay. You can check out the VOD later to see what we worked on today. We got, yeah, plugs. I forgot plugs. I should have done plugs a while ago. I'll let Amy do plugs, because yeah, otherwise, he gets pissy at me. What am I missing? Yeah, so all of the things there are there. You can check the Discord server there. You can check the Ko-fi there. Give me money, please. I need the money. I need to survive. Yeah, no, don't cry, Tingu. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, and then what's our raid message and who are we raiding? Let's take a look at the raid browser first. No VTubers on the Gamedev tag today. From what Twitch is recommending me. Let's click the following tab and see who's on from my list. Hydra's actually on Twitch today. Actually, she just went live. ASMR though. I'm not sure if that's something I want to rating on. See if I get anybody from my list who's game dev. Small Block Boy playing Whatchu. You might drop in on Block Boy because they're usually a game dev streamer, but they're playing Whatchu today. I flop in on that by default if I don't see anybody else I'm comfy with. Which I'm not seeing any game devs on my list whatsoever, except for Jitspo, which I'm not super comfy with that one. See anybody on art? Can't see anybody on art either. Yeah. I guess we drop in on small block boy then. In that case, since Block Boy is playing Balatro, I think we go Balatro with Guns Raid. Mid creates games on Unity. I'll take a look and see if I I'll see what the vibe is like. Mute tab. I forgot to mute tab. It's fine. I did already click to mute. I think I've seen this person. Where have I seen this person from? I think somebody I rated this person, I want to say. Because the avatar in the top left corner looks familiar. Yeah, sure, fuck it. I'm up for meeting someone new, I think. I think in that case, we'll probably do default raid message since we're raiding somebody new. So I want to do raid sub, raid free. I still need to talk to Twitch support about getting KT Dash emotes. So y'all can see that. You can unlock the emote using channel points. It is very affordable here. You get enough by just following, so if you haven't followed already, now's a good time to do so. You get the 300 points, and that'll allow you to unlock specifically K-Ton Wave, so you can drop in on Mid Creates games. Otherwise, there's a free version above that. So we'll raid MIG creates games is where we are going. He's doing a Unity project. Don't know much about it yet, but it looks interesting. Alright, let's do it. So, with that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, thank you very much for tuning in to the stream. Hope to see you guys next time. Until then, this is K-Ton, over and out.